welcome in, welcome in. Hope everyone is doing well today. Um, Today is mostly going to be testing a lot of things out, seeing what's working. Because over the weekend, I ended up having to completely wipe my PC, and reinstall everything. Which, is unfortunate and all because, there's a lot of stuff that couldn't be saved. But I got all the big important stuff saved on an external drive before wiping. Just to see if I could get stuff figured out with OBS and getting it to work and all that sort of stuff. So it is a matter of testing stuff, seeing how things are going, and I can't properly test without streaming a lot. So for now, we'll just have to see how it goes. Let me know if there's anything awkward with audio going on, or hello Pyrus, welcome in. Congratulations, you're officially the first one to the stream. Yeah, let me know if there's any issues that you notice, because frankly, I won't be able to tell constantly, because my setup right now is still very scuff. Mic is peaking again. Oh, what the hell is going on with that? I really don't know why it's doing that. In fact, my mic should be nowhere near peaking. Let's try. Is it peaking now? Is it still peaking? Because if it's still peaking, then it's something wrong with the mic itself and not with the way my computer is handling it. So is my mic still peaking? Is it still getting that weird audio effect? Because if it is, my audio isn't reaching anywhere near orange or red levels. So I don't know. I'm probably gonna get audio feedback, but just forgive me for a minute. Okay. So I'm not hearing any issues, personally. It could be a little bit off, but it's really hard to tell because it's not quite peaking, but it's also not as clear as it should be. Good morning, Chase. Hope you're doing well. Hope you slept well. I'm glad to see you could make it today. But yeah, I don't know. The audio thing is weird right now. Yeah, I wish. Let's try this. Let's see. Is this working? Is this clearer? Because I have an idea on what it might be. If this is the case. Hold on, let me. Yeah, okay. I know exactly what it is then. So, hopefully, this is helping a bit. So, what's happening now is I'm changing and messing with the, volume on the mic itself, rather than the output volume that it gives out. So, the input volume was too high. Is this sounding better at this point? Okay. So that was the issue. It was the input volume, not the output volume issue. Okay. I'm still learning when it comes to all of this. but, but, I'm gonna start off with some low, computer usage stuff. So, this year, like every year, Twitch has done a Twitch recap. Which is, at the end of the year, they put together all of the statistics for your viewership, for your streaming, for the community as a whole, and releases it out to you. It's like Spotify Wrapped, but for streaming. And the reason I say that is because I looked at the Spotify Wrapped, like, last week. But we can go through and look at my Twitch recap, and then they also released a game to go with it. So I'm not quite sure what that's going to entail. Supposedly you guys can join in with whatever it is, but I don't quite know. So we'll find out together. So first, I'm gonna quickly go over my actual, like, recap itself and kind of see how you guys have done for this year. So I started actively streaming mid to late April of this year. That wasn't when I started streaming, mind you. I started streaming, I want to say, probably 2 years ago. It just was that I wasn't quite active until this year. And by active, I mean, like, multiple times a week on a schedule. So in April, I decided that I would be streaming Tuesdays and Thursdays from around 1:30 to 3. That was my initial schedule. Well, I was gonna have Fridays in there, but I never woke up early enough on Friday because I woke up super early for classes the rest of the week. And so, you know, that I got started on that. April 20th was my first stream under the whole schedule. And then some time passes. I graduate. Still doing Tuesday, Thursday from 1:30 to about 3:30. And then I decide I think I want to expand my hours for streaming. And so I decide every weekday, 1:30 to about 3:30. Which I do that for a couple of weeks. It all is working well, working good. And then I found out how Twitch's internal algorithm works. You need to stream 3+ days a week on a consistent schedule for 4+ hours per stream. So I shift my schedule to reflect that. I start at noon and go until 4. Of course, all these times in EST, because that's my time zone. That has been my schedule shifts throughout this year. It's time to see how it's went. So, altogether, there were 444 hours watched on my channel, with a total of 79 streams. Let me turn that down a bit because I had turned down the video I was watching and then that video ended. So, total of 79 streams throughout the year. Now, of course, that's going to include streams before I had a set schedule, but still quite a lot. It's not quite a third of the year. But you know, let's round it up to 80. Say there's 360-ish. That's not gonna be an even thing, but you know, it works. Around it's around 50. No, 5 5 I'm trying to do mental math and it's not working in my head. That's 50, about a seventh of the year. No, that can't be right. Screw it, I'm getting out of the calculator. So if we do... Stop. Divide by 79. That's about 4% of the year. Something like that. So it's not a lot. 4% seems like such a small amount though. See, 80. Yeah, no, okay. That makes sense. 5%. If 80 were 5% of the year, it would be... No, 1,600, which isn't the case. Either way, unimportant. I've streamed in 5 categories? Only 5? Trying to think. That is so not the case. Because Splatoon, Mario Kart, Mario Wonder. Just going to earlier stuff, Luigi's Mansion. Kirby Star Allies. All the different Kirby games. Like, I have streamed in a lot more than 5 categories. Top stream reached 8 viewers. Which, you know, it isn't a lot by Twitch's standards, but it's still further than I was expecting in my first year. I was expecting first year to get like 1, maybe 2 max. So that was quite a jump than what I was expecting. So that, you know, that is a bit of a surprise. Unfortunately, it can't be higher. As much as I would love it to be, because, you know, I think you guys know as well as anyone that I work really hard for my streams. I do everything myself. But, you know, I don't do nearly enough to be an active reach. Speaking of, when I wiped my PC, I lost what I had edited of my Undertale playthrough. Which means I'm completely starting over. However, I wasn't super far, so it doesn't matter too much, but it's still frustrating because I did spend a lot of time on it already. I had gotten about halfway through the first stream. So, shouldn't Steam's Cloud have saved that? No, because the editing isn't on Steam. If the editing was on Steam, maybe. I don't know. But I use DaVinci Resolve to edit my videos. So that is a completely separate program. So over the year there were 4.7k chats sent. Now granted, this number is going up as we speak. But that's a lot. 4,000 almost 5,000. Like that. This number, I am surprised, went over 1,000. Because, like, I've kind of made mention of it. I tend to have a fairly quiet chat box. So I wasn't expecting throughout the year to reach almost 5,000. I was expecting about 1,000, 1,500 max. But 5,000 is absolutely insane. Then top 5 categories. I don't know what top 10% means. I don't know if that means it's the, I was in the top 10% of streamers who streamed it. In which case, how was I top 10% in Mario Wonder? But just here, Kirby Star Allies is my top category. Which, I mean, I guess makes sense. That's when I started doing 4-hour streams, and I had more 4-hour streams of Kirby than I had 2-hour streams of Mario Wonder. But Kirby Star Allies, then Mario Wonder, and then we get into Mario Kart 8, Luigi's Mansion, and Splatoon for my top streamed categories. My top 3 tags, kind of unimportant, not gonna lie. My emotes, yeah, alright. Not bad. They're very unprofessionally done, so I'm not worried about the emotes. Especially saying as I only have like 3 of them. Hello, hello, Ray, welcome in, welcome in. But yeah, especially saying as I only have like 3 emotes, it's, you know, not important how many those get. And then this clip being my top clip. Fuck that. Yep. Pain. Still the most defeated I've ever felt playing a game. All the fucking progress. So yeah, that's my top clip. You know, makes sense. Then the achievements for this year. I had affiliate. Woo. I don't know. Plus 2 achievements. I don't really know what achievements Twitch is talking about. Well, I know what achievements they're talking about, but I don't know which ones they are offhand or anything like that, and the achievements are fairly unimportant. The big one is affiliate was unlocked, and that's what allowed me to give you guys emotes and you guys having the ability to sub and support me and all that sort of stuff. So, woo. Partner's still a long way off. 36,000 channel points spent. That was also something I couldn't have until affiliate. I don't remember specifically when I had affiliate. When did I? I'm gonna actually look that up real quick. When did I get the email saying I was an affiliate? May 10th. So about half a month after I started streaming actively, is when I hit affiliate. And Twitch on my phone froze. Fun. My phone is frozen. Wonderful. But yeah, since May, that's how many channel points you've spent. Woo, good job. Probably have like an infinite amount more because I don't have enough good redeems, I guess. Throughout this year, I've also gained 57 followers, which is more than half, by the way, of what I currently have. Currently, I have 96 followers. I got 57 of them this year, which means when I started, I had 96. I had 39. Yeah, I had 39 followers when I started. I am now at 96, 4 away from 100. I'd say once I hit 100, I'll do a subathon. But 100 people is not nearly enough to do a subathon. As much as I want to. And plus, I don't know what rewards I'd have. 42 subscribers. 38 of them being gifted. And we have Gator to thank for that one. Currently, I have 13. Half them probably Gator subscriptions, to be completely honest, but yes. The 57 followers is the big one for me, because that means I'm almost at 100. Hopefully in the next year, we can hit 1,000. That would be phenomenal. Once I hit 1,000, it is 100% going to be a subathon. So share. No. No, I do want to do a subathon at some point. I just need to think of, not only think of redeems for it, but, actually set aside time to do it and figure out a good time, like, frame in the channel's life to do it. Sent 29 raids and received 14 shoutouts, because normally when you get a raid, you shout the person out and stuff like that. This number is a bit difficult for me to raise. I mean, I've talked about it before, but I am very anxious when it comes to raiding, because I am a lurker by nature, so I don't tend to chat in chats, because in my experience, by the time you send the message, the topic has moved on. And so I don't talk unless it's necessary. But, you know, 29 raids is nice. I just need to figure out a group of people I can, like, kind of join in on and have raid trains and whatnot where we just raid each other. That would be nice. But and then these are you guys. These are the most chatting members of my streams. We have Shadow, Ray, Opyrus, Deez, Gator, Harris, Masha, Zara, and Stalker. Those are my most chatting community members. So, congratulations to you guys. Of course, Masha being my mod, they're kind of... they kind of have to be up here. And then, yeah. Woo! And then, yep. Nice. So, this leads into... what I was mentioning. Twitch has released a game. that supposedly you guys can join in on. I don't know how to turn it down, so I have to turn it down in OBS. Turn that down for me as well. So I don't know what this game is or how you guys can join, but supposedly you guys can join me for this and help me out. I guess you have to use the emote goat emote to boost my score, I guess. So yeah, I don't know. So if you get this, will be the only time I encourage spam in my chat, I guess. So go ahead and give those emotes.
Fighter was a huge inspiration to me.
Come on, Melina.
Wow, this is a lot of... I'm at least glad they put some VTubers in here.
This is a cozy stream. I'm a cozy streamer.
Yeah, music was a big thing on Twitch for me this year as a viewer.
Thank you so much.
Because honestly, 8-Bit Drummer is an amazing streamer. Just gonna say that. They weren't my most watched, but they were, I want to say, in my top 3. Come on.
I don't know who I would be or where I would be.
Honestly, if there's one thing that I wish I did this year that I didn't get the chance to do, it would be go to TwitchCon. Woohoo, Iron Mouse.
Hold up, bring it back, chat over here.
Guys, we just need a Twitch partner, bro.
Hey, I was there. All right. This must have been released a while ago. But yeah, I'm not gonna lie. That was kind of an enjoyable way to experience kind of the year in Twitch. I'm glad that they decided to do that. There were a few creators that I wish were on there that didn't get put on there, but you know, I don't tend to watch a lot of the bigger ones. Oh, Loser Fruit was on there. Missed that one. All right. Let it load my... I don't have the sort of capability to just gain points like crazy with people spamming the emote because I don't have as many people. My phone is completely frozen. I have to restart my phone. Yeah, no, like I said, I have no shot. Because, you know, getting 2,400, almost 2,500 dinos, I'm sure they have a lot of people in their chat that are just kind of giving them a bunch of points. Like, I wasn't even close to top 50. But, alright. I am going to do that. Now, I am going to run a game. And see if my computer can handle streaming it. Alright, it's loading. Hello. Screw it. In the meantime, while I'm waiting for it to launch. Let me also plug in my controller. So I can get some controller gaming going. Alright, there we go. And I'm gonna leave my music running for this game because that way I don't need to worry about the game's audio kind of getting copywritten or anything like that. There we go. Alright. Let me bring stuff back down. Go here. Ta-da! So, obviously, Fortnite's been doing a lot in terms of changing what they're doing. Let me open it. There we go. Specifically, the racing mode. I have done 4 or 5 races so far. I have not lost a race. So I kind of want to show off a bit. What? Man, my phone's gonna update in an hour. I can't, like, say, no, don't update. And, okay, my phone is freaking out again. There we go. So, let me actually turn up the audio, main audio. Let's see. I am not warmed up in terms of racing. We'll see how I do. So this is something they added over the weekend. They introduced the Lego Fortnite. They introduced the Rocket League Racing, and they released the Music Jam. I can't do the Music Jam because it uses copyrighted music, unfortunately. But, you know, Rocket League Racing. And we'll see how it goes. top 5 most wanted channels. Nice. I'm glad. Oh, that's a bit of lag. Okay. That's fine. Yeah, no, I am getting some pretty bad lag. Yeah, no, this is actually unplayable lag almost. Good to know that my lag is like this. Missed that, but that's fine. I didn't really want the extra boost there anyway. Yeah, this is... I think I'll finish out this race and then call it for this, because this is not working. Because, like, my game has gotten better, but I'm noticing that my stream cannot handle it. And I am still lagging a bit when it comes to my game. So I am almost guaranteed not going to win this one. Man. My winning streak. Oh well. I'm not that caught up by it. Oh damn. Okay. Yeah, no, this is this is not gonna work out. That is my first non-first place. And yeah, no, that is not happening. Unfortunate. Alright, so that's not gonna work. So, it's good to know that, high, profile games will not work. So, let me see what I have available. I wonder if this will work. I half want to play it and half don't right now. Screw it, we'll play it. We'll see how this goes. This is another game I feel like isn't going to work out properly. I may be stuck on my Switch again, unfortunately. Once the game loads up, I can swap over to it. Oh wow, it is launching. That is not fun. The game is not launching. Well, it's launching, but not... like, it's not showing up. Looks like it's loading, though. Unfortunately, I think this is going to cause a lot of lag. Which sucks. Come on, you can do it. I unfortunately think that this is gonna be completely cooked and unplayable. Oh, there we go. My VTube Studio froze. Oh, here we go. I know it's small. Give me a second. um Video, border, there we go. Okay, let's try this, see if this works. I have not played this game before. It was just gifted to me over the weekend by none other than Gator. So I'm gonna try it out and see if it works. It's a lot of save spots. Okay. Hello. That's an eyesore. And also a bitrate killer. Okay. Controls are intuitive. It's almost like every button is jump. Although I guess in early Sonic games he didn't have a boost per se. Nyom. It was just a momentum game. Carry your momentum from running. Bink. Boing. Nyom. Excuse me. I jumped on you. Nice. I don't know what that did for me, but... So yeah, I won't say I've never played the Sonic Classics, but I never played them, like, I never played them through all the way. I was never good at the classics. Oh, come on. Nice. Okay. Of course. Got it. Ugh. Huh. With one ring left to spare. This seems to be going a lot better, fortunately. It's not quite higher performance based, but it's not a super high intensive game, I want to say. Which, you know, is a good thing. Unfortunately, the nature of the Sonic games is it kills bitrate. That is not working. Yeah. There we go. Nyom. So one of the big things I mentioned with Pizza Tower when I played that it moved too fast for me and I couldn't tell what was going on half the time. It's one of those interesting things with Sonic. The Sonic games do it well enough where, like, it's fast, don't get me wrong, and it feels like it's moving incredibly fast. But when it actually comes to, like, what's happening, like, I'm able to tell what's going on most of the time. So I don't know how Sonic does it so well compared to what Pizza Tower did. But it feels a lot better. Trying to figure out what I have to do there. 3 rings. One ring. Okay, I can't jump into it. Nice. I'm a bit confused. I'm confused on what I'm supposed to be doing here. 'Cause, like, I can't jump into him, because jumping into him just hits the spikes and damages me. But at the same time, if I don't hit him, I'm not doing anything. Yeah, I can't run into the bomb at all. It's like, obviously I damaged him before, but I don't know how I did it. That's my only gripe with Sonic games, is like sometimes they don't tell you what you're supposed to do. Which, don't get me wrong, a lot of Sonic games is just exploration and just running around. But, like, I don't know, when it's something like this, I wish there was some clear way to tell what I'm supposed to be doing. Okay, so I just need to jump high enough. Okay, so I need to beat him before then. Got it. Yeah, no, that one. That one was to be expected. I got too ambitious. Yeah, that's it. Oh, man. This is a struggle. You really have to be, like, going at him the entire time. I have to start completely over. That sucks. Man. Doing. But yeah, good news is that this is not causing a bunch of streaming issues. So I think after we get through this act, or this zone, I think I'll be good to swap over to something else and see if it works. Because this obviously is good enough where I don't have to worry about stream lagging too much. Only issue is bitrate, but that's gonna be normal for a Sonic game because of how fast it moves. Oh, hello. This is a different style. Nice. Awesome. Okay. Like, I'm just gonna mention, like, I know I mentioned the bitrate was gonna be bad on this game, but, like, even without, like, the, stream trying to, come on. Even without the stream trying to, do its stuff that it needs to do, it was hurting my eyes to try and look at everything moving so quickly. Nice. All right. Boing. Yep. I knew the spikes were gonna get me at some point. Oh, come on. That was a complete snipe. Boing. Oh, hey. Nice. I got an achievement for that as well. Saying what would happen if you crossed a bridge with a fire shield. Awesome. Nice. That was quick. Nice. I'm no longer controlling. Oh. Goodbye, bitrate. Goodbye, pixels. Alright. I feel like that's a good... Does it save between zones? Let me actually look that up. Does Sonic Mania save. Saves every zone. Alright. Awesome. That means I can... The visuals froze. All right, well. Let's see. So that was that game. We know that that works. And it doesn't work too poorly. So we've done that. I don't want to necessarily download something right now while streaming. So Sonic Mania was fine. Did you guys notice any sort of like lag spikes at all while I was playing that? Did you notice any issues going on? Because I can't necessarily play and monitor at the same time. Bah. Why you boot me? That doesn't answer my question. Think it was okay? Alright. I think nothing. I am thinking nothing right now. So Fortnite didn't work. That was too intensive. Sonic Mania was fine. Trying to think. Because certainly if you're trying to find something in between there, in terms of how intensive it is. I don't know. My brain is fresh out. Alright, well, I think I'm gonna swap it to just chatting for a bit. Do that. Just for the sake of ease. So when you think about it, in terms of intensity, Sonic Mania isn't super intensive, but there's a lot of calculations going on behind the scenes all at once. But I mean, they got it working on like the Sega Genesis and stuff. Not Mania specifically, but the style of Sonic game that is. You know what? Let me reinstall Sonic Frontiers. See how that does with stream. Because then we'll know kind of between like Sonic Frontiers and Sonic Mania how it does. Because if Sonic Frontiers does it well, that means just Fortnite is absolutely horrible. But that's honestly to be expected at this point. Fortnite isn't the most optimized game. However, this is going to take a bit to install, and it's going to take up a lot of bandwidth. So, that's the unfortunate part of it. But that's still so weird. Just gonna look some stuff up. That's gonna be way too intensive. What's this? Sphere supported. Interesting. Okay, I'm looking at things and it's I'm trying to do a lot of stuff all at once. Apologies. I'm my brain is still on overdrive from having to wipe my PC over the weekend. So it's a bit frustrating and whatnot to get everything situated. No. I was gonna search something, but I don't remember what I was gonna search. Honestly, we could probably do a bit of reaction today. Just as kind of a way to pass the time. Granted, it's not going to be perfect or anything like that, and I'm... Ugh. Apologies. I'm super out of it right now, just because I'm still, like, on a stress high. Mixed with just, like, I don't know, it's... Things aren't working bad, but they're not working great. So my head is just trying to wrap around everything all at once, and it's not quite working. But I'm here for stream either way, and that is going to be the case. Until I can't stream anymore. Because I am going to try my damnedest to get somewhere with this before I have to quit. I'm trying to think. Because downloading Sonic Frontiers says it's going to take half an hour. If I start up anything else, it's going to take longer. I could watch some memes. I feel like that I should start doing that instead. I should try and find a bunch of stuff, like a bunch of channels to watch on stream and whatnot. And, like, react to it. Like, at the start of stream, while I'm, like, figuring out what to do. And then, like, at the end of stream, then play a game and whatnot. Oh, yeah. I will talk about this. The new Twitch meta thing that's been going around. That is wild. In case you don't know, which I'd be surprised if you don't. Yeah, I can't believe it's allowed, like, completely honestly. Like, it's... I can't do anything like that with my model. My model doesn't take off anything. So, I can't participate in this, meme. Which is unfortunate because, you know, it's getting a lot of views. Unfortunately. Yeah, I can't show the page I'm looking at on stream because the whole quote-unquote new Twitch meta thing, of course, looking it up on Twitter, it has some art on top of it, so I can't really show it, but like yeah, It's certainly something. Essentially, for those of you who don't know, there's a new meta going around Twitch where you're topless. Essentially, the whole meta with it has become, let me show you, stream like this. At this point where the thing cuts off, but be topless. That's the new meta. Because obviously you're not showing anything. Because, you know, it cuts off before anything can be shown. But, like, you can get dangerous close. Yep, exactly. That is exactly what is allowing it. If you're not showing nipples, you won't get banned for it. So the whole new meta is to have the camera cut off right above your nipples. So that way you don't have to get the ban, but you're still horny baiting. It is horrendous. But I don't have the ability to toggle anything off on this model. The only things I have toggles for are like different emotions. I don't have any like closed toggles or anything like that. But I will say, when I do have the money to get a model, I will be getting a nude variant of it. You know, apart from other platform reasons, it's actually a lot easier to get custom outfits on a nude model than it is to get custom outfits on a model that doesn't have a nude base. So that is why that's why I honestly, to be honest, getting a nude version of the model is going to be a lot more expensive, because not only do you need the like actual like nude version of the model, you also need to pay extra for the outfits, any outfits that you want on it. And I'm thinking, to be completely honest, probably around 3 outfits, like for base. In terms of actual like, you know, in terms of actual streaming, I'm only gonna use 1 per stream generally, but like for the actual model itself, I'm thinking like a casual normal outfit, the like quote unquote classic, a fancy outfit, and a comfy outfit. So something like so okay, kind of running through my my personal ideas for like model stuff, because I've opened up about character design and stuff like that, but I haven't really opened up about my ideas for a model yet. So my ideas for outfits, you can kind of sort of see it in part of this model, which this model is really tall. I like fishnets and thigh highs. Or like that design. Essentially, my idea for the initial outfit would be like the main quote unquote leatherish jacket, tube top, jean shorts, like not short shorts, but like jean shorts. Yes, butt fangs would be there because I absolutely love the butt fangs. Thigh highs, and then knee-high boots. Or at least like high boots. That's the first like outfit concept that I have that I really like. Fingerless gloves as well. I really do like those. Like fingerless leatherish gloves, not completely like leather gloves. Like, I guess you could put it this way. almost biker aesthetic. Second idea for outfit would be like super comfy outfit, oversized sweatshirt, thigh highs. That's it. I mean, obviously there's going to be shorts underneath Twitch TOS. But like oversized thigh highs. Or oversized sweatshirt. Absolutely love it. For the fancy one, I want a kimono. That's pretty much it. So, those are my concepts for outfits for my character. So, you know, if we're pricing out, tends to be around 1,500 for a base model. Another 7,500 per outfit. I'm reaching 2K for a full model for kind of what I want. And that's just the art. The rigging is another, what, 150, 200? Yeah, models are expensive. Really fucking expensive. I don't have that sort of money. Granted, I would love to raise money for the model, but given the fact that I'm not sure how much longer I'm going to be able to actively stream, I don't want to ask for all that money just for the model to not really be used all that much. So, you know, kind of dealing with it as it is. I guess I can talk about kind of the process of resetting my computer. So, essentially what was happening, obviously I was having encoder settings with, encoder issues with OBS. Got that mostly fixed. It was going decent. Every once in a while, you'll get a bit of like stutter lag from it, but it'll only last a couple seconds every like 5-10 minutes max. So that's watchable. It's annoying, but it's watchable. And then I decided one day, you know what? I'm finally gonna get to editing that Undertale playthrough that I've been promising for the past couple months. And I opened up the project. And I went to try and edit. I did some stuff for editing. Click play on the edit. So that way I could see what the edit looks like. And, you know, edit more. And it's stuttering. It's stuttering like hell. So, with my editing experience, I know it could be one of two things. Something's gone wrong, or it just needs to be rendered. So I render what I have. Because, you know, I've put effects on it and whatnot, because that's kind of necessary when you're editing. And if you have effects and you don't render it, it's trying to overlay the effects on the clips live, which means it's trying to calculate everything while you're watching it, which isn't, it's just not gonna work. So that's why you render it in order to see it. The effects got taken off. Don't know why, don't know how. The effects didn't work when I rendered. So, changed some settings, tried to figure out what was going wrong, finally get it working, render it, effects are in place. Click play to see what it looks like. Still stutter lagging. So, you know, it's not possible to edit while the video is stutter lagging, because you can't see what like where you're supposed to be editing. So I can't edit. Given the state of my PC, I couldn't edit. So I decide I need to try and figure out how to fix this. So, my best option, because it's either a hardware issue or a software issue. At this point, best way to test if it's a software issue, wipe and start over. If it still doesn't work, it's a hardware issue. So, what do? I wipe my PC. I spent all weekend, well actually, all Saturday, from the time I woke up to almost the time I went to bed. It was completely, like, out of commission, resetting. In its entirety. Friday night, I worked on getting everything moved over to external hard drives that were important. Stuff like pictures, the VODs, all the like stream assets, all that sort of stuff. Put those on external hard drives. And then wiped my computer Saturday morning. It took all day to actively wipe. And then finally, like, it gets set up. Start downloading a couple things. Stuff like Discord, Spotify, Opera GX, Steam, stuff like that. Then Sunday. Entirely based around installing a bunch of stuff. I still don't have everything back yet. I have not re-downloaded DaVinci Resolve. So, I still need to download that and see if that works. But if that doesn't work, that means I can't edit until I get a new something. Whatever is causing issues. Which, unfortunately, means no YouTube videos. Until I can edit and get a new computer. Which, when you really think about it, YouTube videos are the big ways for people to get noticed. You post a video, it hits like YouTube algorithm in its own weird way. It starts drawing people and saying, hey, this is pretty cool, let me go check them out. That's how I followed a lot of my creators that I follow. They came up on my YouTube feed. I watched them on YouTube. Then I go follow them on Twitch. But when it actually comes to posting videos, I don't have the money to hire an editor. Which means I need to edit it all myself. And I've had some pretty damn long playthroughs recently. But if I can't edit them, I can't post them. I'm getting a backlog. I'm probably going to have to take a week off. Not a week off streaming entirely, but like I'm going to have to take a week to just do nothing but edit. Which means in all likelihood I'll be editing live. If I can. If my computer lets me. Which I doubt it will. I doubt my computer will let me edit live. But that's kind of the issue I'm running into right now, is I can't edit videos. Which means I can't post to YouTube. Which means I'm not getting publicity on YouTube. Which means I'm not doing anything there. So I am really kind of like struggling right now when it comes to putting out content. Because like editing is super draining. For those of you who have never video edited before, I have. Actually, I can show this off because I edited it. Edited it. Words. Okay. Pause this. So on my YouTube channel, you can see I haven't posted it in 2 months, which is unfortunate. 4 months. since an actual playthrough. When it comes to shorts, that one still popped off. When did this one get released? Oh, I'm down here now. Hello. Let's see. Description. September. That's how long it's been since I actively posted a video. So this is a 2-minute thing. Okay? And obviously spoilers for Sonic Frontiers, you know. But I edited this. Okay. Get to it. So 15 seconds in. This is meant to be a mock TV show opening. Let me turn up the quality on it. And actually, while I'm here, I will pause the download because that's going to take up a lot of bandwidth. Think. It was kind of quiet for me, so. This was before the DLC as well. Because I would love to remake this with a bunch of cutscenes from the DLC as well, but... Okay. So... that was an edit I did for one of my classes. Specifically, that was an edit for my post-production class, where we had to take a pre-existing piece of media, TV show, movie, game, something, and put it to music and make like a TV show opening with like the titles and whatnot. So the only stipulation for that was you couldn't use the theme from the thing you were editing into an opening as the opening theme. So what I did was I took Sonic Frontiers pre-DLC, and the Sonic Adventure 2 version of It Doesn't Matter by, what was that? Crush 40? No. Ben Stevens and the Dellery. But anyway. Essentially, I did that edit. Everything was edited by me. Absolutely everything. The visuals, the titles, the audio itself to make the song shorter. All of that was edited by me. It's about a 2-minute video, roughly. Cut off the beginning, it's like a minute 45. Not counting the audio editing. That edit took me 8 hours straight. For reference, say there are, let me grab a calculator real quick. Okay, say we're doing 30 frames a second, okay? So total amount of frames, let's see, 105 seconds, roughly, times 30, that's 3,150 frames for 30 frames a second. It's more likely 60 frames a second, but that's beside the point. Then we take that, divide it by 8 for how many hours, and then divide that by 60. You are editing. Now, granted, this is if it's 30 frames a second for the video. 6.5 frames a minute. That's how much you're editing. Okay? 6.5 frames. Now, say it's 60 frames a second. You have 60 times 105. Divide that by 8 for the amount of hours that it spent. Divide that by another 60. You're doing 13 frames a second. So let's say it's 60. 13 frames a second. Great. Okay. No, per minute. Whoops. 25. So, 13 frames a minute for editing. Okay? Now, multiply that by 60 for 60 frames a second for the actual video. And now, say you have roughly around 30 minutes of video. Okay? Around 30 minutes of video would be, am I doing this math wrong? So, hold on. 13 roughly frames editing per minute. So, okay. Let me open a notepad as well so I can make note of this. I was doing the second hand at the math wrong. Second part of it. 25 editing frames per minute. Okay. So now we take 60 frames a second. Times 60 seconds in a minute. Times 30 minutes. 108,000 frames. Divide that by the 13-ish frames per minute editing. 8,228.5 minutes of editing. Divide that by 60. 137 hours of editing. Divide that by 24. That's 5, almost 6 days straight of editing for a half-an-hour video. Yeah. That is why editing is so draining. Granted, doing something like a TV show opening is going to take longer than editing a video from a stream. But still, it takes so long to edit for very minimal run back. So, okay, let's do it this way. We have 137 hours. 8,228 minutes, okay, of editing. Divide that by 30. 274 minutes of editing for every minute that ends up in the video. So, you're talking an insane amount of time for very minimal comeback. And the big reason why I say editing streams is actually easier than editing for like a film or something like that. Most of the time, editing for a stream, you find clips that last for like 5 minutes, cut off the ends, maybe throw in a thing here or there, but you're done with that 5 minutes. Something like a film thing, every cut was made by hand. You had to get every frame that you wanted cut. So there's a lot to that. So I'm not going to say it's going to take a... I'm not saying the Mario Odyssey video that is 38 minutes long took me 10 days to work on. That probably took me 15 hours, though. For complete reference. That is how insane editing is. That's how draining editing is. Which, that is exactly why it has taken me this long to even kind of get the Undertale playthrough up and running. Is because I got so drained out of editing Splatoon VODs back to back to back, getting shorts out of them, that I just got completely drained out of editing and completely burnt out. That is why it took me so long to get back to it. And that is why I promised an Undertale edit for months and had not done it yet. So, when I finally got around to it, and I saw, hey, I can't edit, that was frustrating. That's also why editors cost a lot. And that's why films, their editing takes up more time than their filming. Let me give you a bit of an insight into the film process. Okay? So you start with pre-production, where you're doing storyboards, pitches, you're doing script writing, you're doing read-throughs, you're doing all that sort of stuff. Okay? That will take probably a month, 2 months. Roughly. Given that it's a short film. If it's a short film, it'll take less time than a full-fledged film. Okay? Then you go into actually filming it. You can film... Say the short film is about 45 minutes long. That's not short by any means, but it's a short film. 45-minute long short film. That'll take maybe a month in pre-production. Filming, maybe 2 days. Granted, schedules work out. Most likely they don't, so you'll take a week, okay, of filming. Post-production, a good 3-4 months after you're done filming. the post-production takes the longest amount of time in the entire filmmaking process. Because that's editing, that's sound effects, that's sound design, that's visual effects, that's all of that. Anything that comes after filming is all a part of post-production. That is why films take so long to come out after filming is done. In case you were curious. Because a lot of times you'll see, oh, they're filming for this movie. And then it doesn't come out for like a year after. That's because the post-production process is the longest part in the process. Let's take, for example, I haven't watched it, so I don't know how the visual effects are, the FNAF movie. That's a big talk. That pre-production was incredibly unnaturally long because they couldn't agree on a script. Once they agreed on a script, pre-production, great. The actual filming, actually, let me look up let me actually look up when did they film the FNAF? Okay, yeah. Here it is. Filming for the FNAF movie began February 1st. Okay. The movie wrapped up on April 3rd. So that took 2 months to film. Then it wouldn't be released until October. So you had all of April, all of May, all of June, July, August, September, and most of October. 7 months for it to release. Take 2 months off for marketing. Oh, I am dropping frames, jeez. So, 5 months in post-production for 2 months of filming. The process for filmmaking is so much longer than people realize. Because a lot of people are like, why does it take so long for a movie to come out after it's announced? Like, they finished filming like 3 months ago. Why is it not out yet? Or, for example, stuff like, it's been 3 months since they supposedly filmed. Why don't we have a release date yet? Because depending on the size of their team, the post-production could take longer or a shorter amount of time. Let's put it this way. The FNAF film. Okay, I'm using this as an example because it's a recent example that has some pretty good publication for when a lot of things happened. So you go and say you have 170 scenes throughout the film. Okay? A scene being things that are shot in one location that take place within the same time in the film. So, for example, if you're sitting in an office and it cuts back and forth between 3 people in the office, that's all one scene. The moment you leave the office and go into like the main hall area, that's a different scene. Okay? Say you have 170 scenes, each with probably around 50 shots. You take 170 scenes, split it between... Okay, no, let's make this a bit more even. 160 scenes. Split it between 8 people. for post-production. That's 20 scenes a person. That's going to take a while. Now, on the offside, split it between 20 people. Now, everyone has 8 scenes to edit. They can all be working at the same time as each other. So the more people you have working on post-production, the quicker it's going to come out. Blumhouse Studios has a lot of post-production people. Smaller films will not have that amount of people. So when it comes to stuff like short films or even just indie films. Okay, let's say this for example. Iron Lung, Markiplier's movie that's going to be coming out at some point in the future. He has a small team of maybe 5 people working on post-production, him being included. And he has a very, like, direct workflow. He will be working until he dies in order to get a project done. That's just how he is as a person. But to be completely honest, that post-production is going to take a long time because there's not nearly enough people working on it. Compared to something like FNAF where they could have a 5-month turnaround, Mark's probably going to have a 1.5 years. Now that's all guessing because we don't have a release date for it yet. But they wrapped up filming a while ago. They wrapped up filming, I want to say mid-June. We don't have a release date yet. That's because we don't have a say, like we don't know how many people are working in post-production. We don't know how long the post-production is going to take. They don't know how long post-production is going to take. So it's a very, like, weird field in terms of a lot of people who watch movies don't realize how much effort and work goes into it. And why so many people tend to be in the credits is because the larger, like, the more credits you have, the shorter the production time is going to be. Okay, screw it. I'm pausing this download. It's causing me to have frame drops. I think I'll just talk about filmmaking the rest of the stream. Something along those lines. But no. Like, there's a lot that goes into filmmaking that people don't realize. And so when it comes to editing YouTube videos, it's different because it doesn't take as long, but it's not different in the sense of it still takes almost just as much work. That's why I can't say for sure when I'm going to have the Undertale playthrough edited, let alone Mario Wonder or Kirby Star Allies. Because I can't say. Until it's edited, I can't say. So, you know. That's a big thing that's been happening. And I hope I didn't... I hope my rambling didn't turn too many people off. It's one of the things where I mentioned that I kind of have a draft for a short film. I am actually, in the near future, hopefully going to work on actually scripting the whole thing and filming it in VRChat. But you know, it's certainly something that I need to be able to edit as well. So if I can't get my editing working, I can't do any sort of film stuff. Alright, my phone finished updating. Yay. Although now everything is... I don't like the new layout of the phone. Oh boy. Okay, I'm gonna have to leave that for now. Yeah, no, it's certainly something that needs to be figured out. And honestly, it's a lot more work than I myself am ready for. 'Cause as it is, I already spend so much time streaming that, like, I don't really have much time to play games on my own. Adding in editing to the mix is going to increase that work tenfold. On top of the fact that I'm going to have to be looking for a job in the near future. My schedule is not going to be open for very much. Like, let alone stuff for myself. My phone's update is weird. Ugh. But no. I hope I could teach you some things about the filmmaking process that you didn't know beforehand. Something like that, I don't know. But yeah, I think one of the things that I want to do, there's a streamer that I watch. Now, granted, they have 2 channels. I'm only going to mention one of them because it's the one I tend to watch more. Alicia X Death. She does a lot of, like, reaction to things. But on both of her channels, it's mostly reaction. Specifically, one of the things that she does, she reacts to films and shows. Because she has a degree in filmmaking, she's able to talk about filmmaking and the process behind it. And I'm going to start taking a thing out of their book, I think, and start talking about the filmmaking process and different things. Because filmmaking is also in, like, video games. Animation and video games both have areas of filmmaking in them. Cutscenes, storyboarding, all that sort of stuff that goes into video games, that's all filmmaking stuff. Animation is filmmaking. So when it comes down to, like, actively having the ability to talk about filmmaking in a wider sense of knowledge, I do enjoy being able to talk about that sort of stuff, so I think I'll start doing it a bit more. When I notice certain things, I'll bring it up. And I kind of half want to, like, react to different, like, shows or videos or stuff like that to kind of talk about the filmmaking behind them. Granted, that could become an issue depending on copyright. Because shows and movies tend to be copyrighted a lot more than specifically music. Which is why it's a very weird field to try and start talking about. Because if I were to react to things, I would need to keep in mind all that sort of stuff. Switching the music to something calmer. Yeah, so when it comes to a lot of stuff, I'm gonna talk about the process behind stuff a lot more, I think. I feel like that would be a good thing to delve a bit into. But, you know, it's neither here nor there. I don't want to come off as too, like, condescending about people not knowing how filmmaking works. Which I hope I didn't do in this. So it's kind of, it's a lot. But no, as long as my editing stuff is working, this week I will make a heavy attempt to at least get part of the Undertale playthrough edited. Now that I have to start over the edit, it's going to be a lot of extra work that I've already done, but hopefully it won't be too bad. Let's see. Trying to think of what I could talk about. Guess I could talk about the ARG a bit as well. I'm still coming up with a lot of concepts for that. The lore ARG and whatnot. I, at this point, have most of the story down. In my head, anyway. I don't have it written down, but I have it mostly in my head. You'll start noticing as well, in, like, bios and whatnot. I haven't edited my Twitch bio in a while. Let me actually do that. All right. Let me go to creator dashboard. I think it's fairly obvious that I don't mess around with settings too much in Twitch. There we go. There it is. Yeah, I have not edited my bio on Twitch in quite a while. Let me actually do that right now. Do I have... If I go to here... Wait. What do I have in my... Okay. So that works. I have a lot of stuff I have not touched in a while. Okay. So that's there. That works. Alright. So we go... I can edit this. Doo-doo. Oh, it didn't auto-correct. It was just telling me it was wrong. Um, Sure, we'll do that. So I just edited my bio. I'm gonna edit it again when I get my ARG up and running, or at least part of it. That's the unfortunate thing. With ARGs, you tend to want to drop all of it at once. But that makes it difficult. And one of the other hard parts about it is there's gonna be videos as part of it, which means I need to be able to edit. So, but my bio is now edited. Yeah, that's officially what I'm calling it, Dragibus. But I do have plans for how things are gonna go. I need to drop some artwork. I need to make some documents. I need to make some videos, record some audio. Probably gonna get a friend or two involved. Just, you know, as a fun little thing to make. Granted, I could do all of the stuff myself, but, you know, where's the fun in that? But probably gonna get around to that. Hopefully by the new year. At least start it by the new year. When the new year actually comes around, actually, my first stream will be on the 1st, right? Yeah, my first stream of the year will be on the 1st. So I will say, Christmas Day, I'm gonna take the day off. Which means 2 weeks from today, I won't be streaming. Just cause, you know, it is Christmas. It's Christmas. So, I'll throw a reminder of that next Friday. And whatnot. I think I will stream New Year's Day. I don't know. That one's an awkward one. Cause like both yes and no. So unfortunately, I can't spend Christmas with you guys. Well, it's more like you guys can't spend Christmas with me. Just, I know that unfortunately, it tends to be a very lonely time of year. Which is sad because it's meant to be one of the happiest times of the year, but it ends up being one of the saddest. I appreciate that. But no, I know that it tends to be a fairly lonely time of year, so I wish that I had the freedom to, you know, be a spot where you didn't have to be as lonely at that point in time. But, you know, it's not really my choice. It's the sort of thing where, like, I don't know. I know there are a lot of people who don't have, like, family or loved ones to spend the holidays with. So the only people that they really have to spend the holidays with are people online and, like, online communities. And I'd love to be a spot where people who do have those kind of feelings of, like, you know, not having anyone to spend the holidays with, I wish I could have a spot where they could, you know, join and not be as lonely. But I do everything in my power to not be an annoyance to other people around me, as well as trying my best to provide as much as possible for you guys. Which is why why I'm so devastated that I might have to drop streaming. Because I spend a lot of time and effort on this. I don't want to stop it. I do really enjoy this. As much as I'll, like, have annoyances, specifically with how annoying it is to try and grow on the platform, it's something I enjoy doing. And I don't want to stop. So kind of being forced to is heartbreaking, especially with, you know, you saw in the Twitch recap how long I streamed this year. Like, that's a lot of time. 777 hours watched. But that's not for me to be able to decide anymore. That's something that, as awesome as it would be to do this, like, consistently forever and not have to stop, it's not very feasible at the moment. Unless I just happen to explode randomly, but that's not gonna happen. I don't have that sort of luck. I feel like I might start as well experimenting with YouTube streams. Twitch as a platform is starting to kind of die out, I've noticed. With the whole Twitch meta and the whole, like, concept of the site giving 50-50 to creators rather than 70-30, I feel like I do want to try YouTube a bit. The unfortunate thing with that is, though, I'd have to completely rework my stream setup. Because I'll need 2 separate chats, 2 separate spots for, alerts. So I'd need to reorganize my whole streaming space, but, you know, wouldn't be for the worst. There's another platform called... No, I've looked into Kick. That is it's not a terrible platform. Let me put it that way. It's not a terrible platform in and of itself. Their methods are not the greatest. Did you know that Kick is literally just using the Twitch platform, just renamed? That's all it is. It uses the same source code as Twitch. It uses Amazon's streaming service. But on top of that, they have very questionable moderation decisions. They'll ban people for doing stuff that they deem isn't appropriate, but then allow people to, you know, literally, like, spread propaganda and like, hate on their platform. The platform itself is fine, but the decisions they made for behind the scenes are not. And so I will not stream on Kick. Which is sad, because we really do need an alternative to YouTube and Twitch. You know, it's very much so a necessity in terms of, like, how much Twitch and YouTube own. YouTube is the only video sharing platform left that I know of that isn't, you know, TikTok or Instagram or stuff like that. Because those are all social medias. YouTube is video sharing. YouTube is very close to having a monopoly. I'm surprised that the government hasn't stepped in yet. But, you know, one of the big annoyances with that is, if there was a startup that was similar to YouTube, had just as good creator payouts, you would need to convince a lot of creators to hop ship and start making content on that startup exclusively. So that way their viewers will follow them. When it comes to, like, say, for example, Smitty, another creator I like to watch. Say a startup happens, and Smitty starts making content on that platform, but he doesn't stop YouTube content. His viewers are going to stick with his YouTube content, because that's the site they know. However, if he completely jumps ship to the startup, doesn't do YouTube videos on, like, doesn't do the same videos on YouTube, his viewers will likely hop ship as well. Not stop watching YouTube entirely, but they'll start watching on the new platform. Get multiple creators to do that have enough varying audiences, and you have a good setup. The issue is, though, when it comes to actual... It's great in theory. Actual practice comes about. Enough big-name creators are not going to completely give up what they have. They're not just going to say, well, here's a new startup, I'm going to hop ship, stop making YouTube videos. Because YouTube is how they get their money. That's their job. So they're not just going to hop ship. So you really need to find a weird balance there in between getting big content creators over exclusively in order to get their viewers, but also make it good enough where like creators will want to start making content there and allow for that, like, audience interaction, because no self-respecting creator is going to completely get rid of all of their content that they've made for years on a platform that they've used for years to experiment on a startup that doesn't have a viewer base. No self-respecting creator would do that. However, if you're someone who's starting out and you're getting lost in the sea of YouTube, you can go over there and you can experiment on the new platform, but it doesn't have the viewership to get anywhere with it. So, like, let's look at a small example of this. So say you have 100 people, okay? You have 100 people on YouTube. I'm massively scaling this down. 100 YouTubers, each with 100 viewers, okay? That's 10,000 people on the platform. You get one of those YouTubers to go over to a new startup. They bring their 100 viewers. Now there's 101 people on the platform. Say someone else comes in and they're comparing the two. Okay, well, YouTube, this platform, has around 9,000 and 9,900 users. Okay? Now, you go in, you're one in the sea of 100. There's no guarantee that you'll be pushed out among those 100 for those 9,000 people to watch you. This new startup, though, that's looking pretty nice. There's only one streamer on it. Only one creator. That means you will get pushed out. 100%. But there's only 100 people on the platform. So that's kind of the options you have to weigh. Now, if you're going and you say, okay, there's 100 people on this platform and there are no creators, versus YouTube's conglomerate of 1 million users all of them having a million people watching them. So you have probably a couple billion people on YouTube. Now you're separating out, okay, you have a couple billion people that could watch you, and that's where you'll post your content so you can get a large amount. Like, even if you get 1,000 of that 1 billion, you'll still have a lot of viewers. Come over to the startup, you're guaranteed some viewers, but there's only 100 people on the site, which means you're only getting 100 people watching you maximum. So that's why there aren't really any startups for YouTube, is because that's kind of the situation you're in. With Twitch and Kick, it was a completely separate issue. Twitch is failing. They're dropping creator payouts. They're adding a bunch of ads while dropping those payouts. They're adding ads in the middle of streams. They're adding ads at the start of streams. They're adding a bunch of stuff like that. They're locking down on people showing sponsors on stream. Can only have 3% of the screen covered up by ads. They're seriously limiting how their creators can get money and the amount of money they can get. So when Kick started up and they offered, hey, we're giving you the 70-30 split YouTube is offering. We're not putting ads on our content. You're free to do a lot of stuff that you couldn't do on Twitch. A lot of streamers hopped over. A lot of them. Because it was such a good, like, it was such a good possibility. With YouTube, though, they already have good creator payouts. Sure, ads get annoying, but a lot of times you can skip the ads pretty quickly. The biggest issues on YouTube are discrimination and their whole war with ad blocks. Those are their big things. The discrimination, yes, that's a serious issue. The ad block thing, sure, it's annoying to watch YouTube and get ads all the time. But the more ads you watch, the more they support the creators. So creators are seeing that they're actually kicking down on ad blocks and being like, this isn't necessarily a bad thing. Now granted, I've always been of the mindset of, go ahead, if you can find ad blocks that work, use them on my content. My stuff isn't, like, my YouTube isn't monetized. It can't be until I get like 1,000 subscribers. And then even then it's a lot of watch time and stuff like that, but Twitch, it's monetized. I barely get anything from ads. So go ahead, use ad blocks if you can find stuff that works for Twitch. Go ahead. I'm not gonna blame you. I don't like ads. I don't like watching them myself. I don't want to subject other people to them. But the unfortunate nature of it is I kind of have to. I'm not really given the choice because the payout isn't enough. But yeah, it's a lot. I don't know. I like talking about that sort of stuff. Like kind of behind the scenes. I feel like a lot of people give it some behind the scenes and then don't, like, they sugarcoat a lot of stuff. Because it's like, I like to be completely upfront and honest about what's going on behind the scenes for me. I'm actually gonna look at this. Look at my earnings. In the last month, let's see. In the last month, I have made $6 from ads. In my 60 hours of streaming. That is $1 every hour. Yeah. The big thing that has gotten me the most money? Gifted subs. Which, you know, can thank Gator for. 10 gifted subs is about 25 bucks. Granted, that's around 50 bucks for the person buying it, but still, it's a lot more than the $6 I've made in ads in the past month. So it's really up there. Ads don't really do much for me. Now, I can't look at a bunch of stuff while I'm streaming and stuff like that for privacy purposes, and I'm glad Twitch does that, but it is really something that, like, I don't make a lot from Twitch at all. A lot of it comes directly from, like, what you guys are sending, like, in terms of subs, bits, all that sort of stuff. That's where a majority of it comes from. I would set up a donation link for you to just give money straight to me, but then that runs into the issue of if they chargebacks are a massive issue, and I don't have the extra money to deal with that, because essentially what happens with a chargeback is, say I'm given $100, just straight up $100. Something like Ko-fi, yeah, something like Streamlabs has their, like, donation page, just stuff like that. What happens with a chargeback, I will have to give the $100 back. Okay, great. There's also a fee. Let me actually look up. Okay. I'm trying to figure out the exact pricing, but okay. It is 20 bucks for every chargeback. Okay? So, now granted, there's other ways and stuff of doing things, but let's say that I am given $1,000 in $100 payments. Okay? For whatever reason. It's $1,000 in $100 payments. So that's 10 $100 payments. That person charges them all back. Not only do I have to give them the $1,000 back, I also have to pay an extra $200 for all the chargeback fees. I do. So I am giving $1,200 for being given $1,000. Yeah. That is why I don't have donation pages set up. Is because with the chargebacks, if it goes directly through Twitch, Twitch is the one that has to deal with the chargeback charges. Not me. Which means they're the ones who have to pay for it. Granted, I'd lose the money in my account because it's charging them back. I have to give that money back. But I don't have to pay the extra fee on top of it. If it's through donation page, that falls on me to pay back that chargeback fee. So that's the issue. That's where I'm like, I don't want to do donation pages. Pyrus, you good there? Oh, shit. I forgot about that. When I, when I had to reinstall Opera, I didn't reinstall, my 7TV extension. Yeah. So I just saw the, I didn't see the emote. Add extension. All right. Do you have, you're on mobile, likely, so mobile doesn't do, extensions well. So that's why you didn't see the emote. It came up on stream next to me, that's why I am like, wait a second. You have 7TV? Weird. Yeah, it showed up on my, yeah, there we go. I'm seeing it now that I have 7TV installed. I don't know. It's weird. But yeah. That chargebacks are hell to deal with. So I'm not even gonna try setting up a donation page like that. At least not yet. Don't use it enough, so yeah. But no, when it comes to other stuff, in terms of stuff like, you know, say OnlyFans or Throne, stuff like that, that's a bit weird, because that's someone paying for a subscription or outright paying for a gift, in which case, if you do a chargeback, I don't know how that would work. Because you're directly paying for an object. So I wonder if the chargeback would go to the person who's sending. I'm actually curious. Okay. Throne says that they like if a fan issues a chargeback, we contact them to find out more details. We submit evidence of the purchased product by our payment processor, which usually will settle the disputes with the bank. So that, with Throne, I won't have to deal with that. But let's say... Okay, OnlyFans with, yeah. Yeah, no, it's... Yeah. Let's see, with OnlyFans, if user seeks a chargeback to dispute from their credit card company, the user's access to OnlyFans may be discontinued or limited. If you believe your account has been limited, any amounts that users seek to refund or charge back will be reported to the creator and will be removed from the creator's income. Okay. So... what do the chargeback fees do then? Because with that one, it looks like, yeah, that one I am aware of. Because, I may or may not have been to it a few times. Okay. Hard to say in terms of that site. Not gonna really worry about it too much because I don't have anything up on it yet. But bro, I'm literally half succubus. What do you mean? Speaking of which, I need to practice my voice at some point in the near future, because if I do start recording stuff like that, my voice needs to be more femme. Because I don't want to, you know, I don't want to subject people to this voice when they're expecting something a bit more like this. I don't know. Let me just quickly do a quick little there we go.
Drink water, you dehydrated bitch!
Oh man. Yeah, no, one of the things that my brain just is frying. One of the things I was thinking of doing in terms of, like, say, subathon or whatever. One of the rewards I was thinking of was doing, like, an ASMR stream. Granted, I don't have, like, an actual ASMR mic or anything like that with the two-sided, like, dual audio sort of thing. I don't have that. But something a bit more, like, soft-spoken, maybe doing a little bit of, like... I do want some music. Maybe doing a little bit of something like this and just kind of doing the entire stream like this. It's a lot quieter. It's a lot more kind of calmer. Maybe do some relaxation stuff with it. I don't know, something like this. That's kind of my idea for doing something for like a subathon reward. Use a Blue Yeti mic just... Well, yeah, but I'm saying I can't do stuff like the, like, you know, one ear or the other. I can't do that. I can't split the audio in that way. because I have a JLab mic, but you know, it is something that, like, if I do something like that, that's a possibility. I'll want to have more femme voice at that point. If I were to say do like actual like ASMR RPs and post them to YouTube, of course editing would need to be able to be done, but that's beside the point. Who explains Legend of Zelda ASMR edition? I could do that. Oh, that would be funny. Just do a meme ASMR thing where I'm just like, I could do that. Explaining Kirby lore but in ASMR. That would actually be really funny. Okay. When I do have a subathon, we have at least something in terms of reward. Let's Poyo. I don't know. No, when it comes to RP stuff, I have been thinking about trying to find scripts to use for that and actually recording them, because that would be something a little bit more simple. I wouldn't necessarily have to edit anything, because the biggest thing with that would be getting it all in one take. That would be my biggest thing. Now, granted, I could edit out some, like, extra sounds and whatnot. I could edit in stuff like rain, but that's all stuff that I wouldn't need visuals to edit for. Heck, who knows, I might not even do visuals. I might just do an audio recording and just call it at that. But no, it is something that, like, I do need to think about. Does VA stuff. Actually, that'd be pretty cool. I have actually thought in the past about going into voice acting. Because, I mean, if you saw my Undertale playthrough, again, need to edit it. I liked doing voices. Granted, it hurt my throat like hell, but I liked doing voices. Specifically Flowey's. Flowey's was fun. Had a lot of voice cracks. Had a lot of strain on my throat because I didn't properly warm up. But that would be fun, I think, to do stuff like voice acting. You know, I just need to develop my own voice first. I am gonna do a thing, I think. I do want to try, and another thing I'll probably maybe set up in the future is underneath the string you can see sound alerts. Maybe actually putting stuff in there. But no. Stuff like ASMR, like role plays and whatnot, I wouldn't mind posting those to YouTube. Or, you know, depending, other sites. Depending on how deep it goes. Pun intended. No, I definitely want to do more in terms of, like, content all over the place. It's just I need to get things situated first. My whole setup is a mess right now. Like I'm at the point now where I'm half thinking I need to like apply for every PC giveaway that's available right now just to see if I can get something that works properly. I'm looking to see if because I know I participated in one. Okay, 14th of December is when they're doing the name drawing. Okay. Okay. Let's see. So we do game and stuff. Do just chatting at this point. Reaction. Want to get started into ASMR stuff. What else is there in terms of content that you guys would like to see me do? Like expanding out what I do. Like what's some stuff that you guys see people doing that you think would work well with my vibes? Because frankly, I don't know. I've never been able to judge my own vibes properly. So I can't really say what fits and what doesn't. Or now this is something that's a bit more, I don't know, narrower, but if you have any creators you'd like to see me collab with that you think would be fun to watch, let me know that as well. Granted, I won't say for sure that I'll be able to, because you know how I am with reaching out to people. But in terms of both what content you want to see me do and what creators you'd like to see me do stuff with, because, you know, like I said, I struggle to judge my own vibes. So it's a matter of, well, yeah, that's kind of a given. I want to collab with them as well, but they're not doing stuff at the moment, and frankly, I haven't talked to them in a while. Not because anything bad happened, but just because I have massively drawn back from interacting with anyone. Just with how much I'm streaming these days. But yeah, I definitely do want to collab with them again at some point. I'm thinking Uno. Uno would be fun with them. Or heck, if I could get enough people, maybe do an Among Us lobby. That could be kind of fun. I don't care for Among Us too much. Because I've never really liked the prospect of trying to manipulate people, especially recently. But I feel like it could be fun to just have like a fuck around kind of moment. I feel like Uno is more enjoyable for me though, so maybe try and get on a streamer Minecraft server. It's another thing I need to install. Reinstall, I should say. I'll actually do that. I think I want to test at some point this week, not today, because I'd have to reinstall it. I want to test to see if I can get Minecraft working. I think that would be a lot of fun. If it's not too intensive, which it shouldn't be, and I can stream it, I could possibly get into a server. Or at least, like, say, hey, I'm a creator, I see you have a Minecraft server, would like to join, interact, and stuff like that. Granted, the other thing, in terms of, like, creators and stuff like that, preference, for now at least, would be to stick within VTubers. That would be my preference. Now granted, like, if I start interacting with a group, and some of them are, VTubers, that works as well. Kind of have a mixed group. Sure, at some point. Maybe not today, because, again, I'm still testing to make sure I can, you know, actually run my streams properly on my PC. But, yeah, if you want to, like, send me a message with, like, a name or whatever so I can look into them a bit. Yeah, if you want to do that, feel free. I am typically fairly open with DMs. It's just a matter of I can't guarantee I'll respond because I get really anxious when I get sent messages from people I don't know. So it's the sort of thing, if you do, and this is just a general call out, I'm not saying you specifically, Ray. If you do end up DMing me, and we have not DM'd before and we are not friends on Discord, please let me know why you're DMing me in the first message you send. Otherwise, do not expect a response. That's just kind of my inner anxiety nature. Where if I don't know the person I am getting sent a message to, I don't know their reasoning for messaging me, I tend to be like, kind of anxious about, like, why are they messaging me? Is this a scam? If I respond, is something going to happen? So, if you do message me on Discord, if you send me a DM, let me know why you're messaging me in the first place. Like, right away. So that way I know that you're not, like, someone just trying to get me to respond to hack my account or anything like that. And I may end up, I'll have to mess with the Discord bots again. But I may end up putting in roles of, like, DM sort of stuff, like open DM, close DM, ask to DM, and then add like a channel of, like, ask to DM, you can ping someone, say, hey, can I message you, whatever. But that's not stuff I'm going to be doing now, because I'm live. But no, because I know the sort of thing, for example, and I always bring up examples of things that I know of. So it's not like I'm gonna be like, well, things I know of and would be willing to join. Let's put it that way. Because, for example, in terms of, like, VTuber Minecraft server and whatnot, I know Rubber Ross has a Minecraft server with a bunch of VTubers, like Iron Mouse, Buff Pup, Eye Candy, Rose Doodle, stuff like that. I would be willing to join. I actually watch a lot of those creators. But, of course, that's typically, you know, a lot bigger streamers than I am. But that would be fun if I could join something like that. So I'd have to go, like, searching and whatnot for if there's servers or whatever. But again, this is all kind of stuff I have to do in terms of research. Nothing can really go into effect until after I get my PC sorted, because I have dropped 2,000 frames throughout this 3 hours that I've been streaming. Which is a lot. Well, I say a lot. 2,000 frames in the scheme of 60 frames a second is not really a lot. It's more like 200 divided by 6. 48, 8, 24, around 25 seconds frame drop, roughly. Yeah, didn't mean to hit my mic stand. I really need to, like, put my mic stand somewhere else. Obviously, it has to be in a specific location and stuff like that so it can be heard. But let's do that, see if that works. I've moved the mic stand up so it's not directly next to me or anything like that. The only disadvantage is the actual mic is going to get in the way with the face tracking for my model if it's like too low. So hopefully this works, all that sort of stuff. But yeah, let me know if there's stuff you want to see me do, people you want to see me interact with, stuff like that. I can make attempts. Can't guarantee anything, but I can make attempts. But yeah, I don't really have much else to talk about. Oh, yeah, I guess, talking about agencies and whatnot. I have been looking into different agencies. Kind of the unfortunate thing with it is that, a lot of the agencies that I would be willing to join don't have open sorts of, auditions or anything like that. Big one being VShojo. I would love to join VShojo, but they don't have any way to join unless you specifically know one of the creators inside. Which is kind of unfortunate because, you know, I was never given the chance to meet anyone like that. It's kind of sad, because it's like, the only real way to get into, like, the big names, the big leagues of VTubing is if you know people in the big names of VTubing. But the issue with that is that, how do you meet them? Did they know each other before streaming? Did they meet each other through streaming? How did they meet each other through streaming? You know. Honestly, my biggest regret, I'm pretty sure I mentioned this. I know I was going to mention it, but I don't remember if I actually did mention it. My biggest regret this year is not going to TwitchCon. I did mention it. I did mention it. I did not mention why. I know that, like, TwitchCon is expensive. 100% it is. That's why I didn't go. But when it actually comes to how TwitchCon allows things to work, TwitchCon allows you to meet other creators as creator, especially if you get, like, the creator pass, and you're able to talk to other creators and kind of get to know them and stuff like that. I would love to go to TwitchCon and get to meet other creators. But as it stands, I can't meet other creators how I am now, because if I try and meet other creators, it's like, what do you want from me? Are you trying to leech off of my success, sort of thing. Whereas if you go to TwitchCon, it's literally, you go to meet people. So that, I think, would be a lot of fun, but I missed the opportunity because I don't have the money for it. So hopefully next year, there's one nearby that I can go to without spending an exorbitant amount of money on travel. But I would love to go to TwitchCon. But you know, the connections are like 90% of what streaming is. Which sucks because the way I was raised, I don't have any connections going into streaming. I have to meet everyone through streaming. Actually, I'm gonna look some stuff up. Yeah, no, I'm not seeing anything helpful right now. I'm gonna look more into some stuff after stream and whatnot, but it's kind of frustrating. And I know I talk about my frustrations a lot and stuff like that, but I feel like it's helpful for me to talk about frustrations because from there, it's not so much that I am venting my frustrations at you guys for you guys to do it, but I also kind of want it to show that, like, hello Coz, welcome in. Hope you're doing well today. Right now we're kind of talking about the past year of streaming, and I was kind of mentioning how my biggest regret is not going to TwitchCon to meet people. And it's the sort of thing where, like, I get frustrated because it's very difficult to meet people online. Well, not difficult to meet people online, but to meet specific types of people online, right? Like, going to TwitchCon, you're going to meet a bunch of creators that you can start to get to know. If you do that online, it's the sort of thing where, like, now it feels like you're trying to leech off of them, which isn't a good thing. And that kind of going into, honestly, when I talk about my frustrations, it's not because I want to load my frustrations onto you guys. That's not what I want from this at all. The reason I like talking about my frustrations, both just online, but also specifically on stream, is I want to give you an insight to how my mind works through things. If that's helpful at all. Because I know that a lot of times when people vent frustrations, it's like, okay, yeah, but what does this have to do with me? And I understand that, but as a creator and as someone who wants to kind of create a space where people can kind of stop worrying about things, I feel like it's important for me specifically to be able to be open about things in general. Like, I'm not going to talk about the state of world politics, or I'm not going to talk about the state of whatever the hell is going on in whatever area of the world you want to talk about. I'm not going to go into those topics because I don't like those topics myself, and I don't want to subject other people to topics that they don't feel comfortable around. Granted, of course, I'm going to talk about things, and if you're uncomfortable with it, it's kind of like you don't have to watch. Because if I didn't say anything to make any... Like, if I said nothing that could make anyone uncomfortable, I wouldn't be able to talk. That's just the state of it. But I don't want... I want to create a space where it's like... People don't have to worry about the real world. They can just worry about what's happening in the moment, enjoy themselves. So me talking about my frustrations and being open allows me to have that kind of relationship. Not parasocial in the fact of, like, I'm just going to be completely clear. We're not close friends by any means. But I also want to kind of create that relationship where, like, I am a person that is able to bring comfort. I want to be that type of person. Granted, I don't want to hear what's bothering you, because frankly, hearing what's bothering you could also cause issues with some other people having issues. Because I know, for example, if someone were to bring up the topic of, and this is delving into a topic that I wouldn't normally get into, but like, say, manipulation. Someone brings up that they were being manipulated by someone and they were feeling depressed about it. That could cause some issues in other people who have also been manipulated, and then they'll start getting into that spiral. I don't want that. So I don't necessarily want to hear what's going on. But I want to make it clear that this is a spot where if you are feeling down, depressed, anxious, anything, this is a spot where you can just kind of like sit, relax, and not think about anything. And so me being open with that, me venting my frustrations, again, I'm not going to vent frustrations that, like, I'm not going to vent frustrations about politics. I'm not going to vent frustrations about relationships. I'm going to vent frustrations about streaming because that's, you know, what I'm doing. But I'm not going to go into any, like, seriously in-depth topics. So me talking about my frustrations, I know that's not the quote-unquote correct way to stream, because you need to be that always cheery sort of person to draw in an audience, and I'm like, well, that's just disingenuine. I want to be genuine when it comes to content. I want to be able to have that relationship of, like, I can be open with you, and you can kind of come to me for kind of an uplift. That's kind of what I'm going for. So, with that, I get frustrated with the state of how streaming as a whole works, and kind of the nature behind, like, the whole clout gaining thing. I've never liked that. Because it's like, I can't imagine anyone wanting to stream just to be popular. Like, I'm sure people do it. They stream because they want attention. I want attention. I always want attention. Anyway, but, like, it's the sort of thing where I feel like streaming and content creation as a whole has become clout chasing. It's become gaining popularity. It stopped becoming having fun. Tide Pool. I actually like that one. I like that one. As opposed to, like, Echo Chamber, which was my original thought. I do like Tide Pool. But, either way, kind of the nature of content creation has fallen down into kind of this trap of, like, you need to get popular to have fun with it. But that like, search for popularity has overshadowed the having fun with it aspect. Because it's like, you know, I have fun doing this, and I mentioned this at the beginning of stream. I do seriously have fun streaming. I get frustrated at it, especially with how many tech issues I've had in the last week and a half. But I seriously do enjoy streaming. And I'm enjoying doing what I'm doing, and I feel like that should be the most important thing. And because I'm enjoying it, that's the sort of thing that people should be able to see and be like, hey, they're enjoying what they're doing, I want to watch it. I want to watch them have fun. Because that's what I like to watch. I like to watch the people having fun. I don't like things that feel overly scripted. You know? And that's actually why I've stopped watching quite a few creators, is because everything started to feel incredibly scripted. In fact, the first person I ever watched, I watched some of their stuff now and then. Specifically when they're doing stuff with other people on a separate channel. but the first YouTuber I ever watched, they went from seeming like they were just having fun with friends to feeling like everything was incredibly scripted. So I don't like watching that sort of stuff because it feels really... It feels fake. It feels like you're putting it out just for the watch time, just for people to see you. And it feels less like you're having fun with it. And I'm not gonna go into who it is, because I don't want to, like, spread that sort of thing where, like, people go and, like, oh, I don't want to watch them because this person said something bad about that. I don't want to do that. If I'm going to mention a content creator, it's because I like what they're doing and I'm praising what they're doing. But it's one of those things where it's like, I don't like the scripted feel. And I feel like that's where 90% of content creation has gone these days. Is that kind of scripted feel, because that's the meta. That's... You're telling a story through it, which, granted, I like telling stories. I love telling stories. I love making stories. I love creating worlds. I love doing all that sort of stuff. But when it comes to content, telling a story shouldn't overshadow the genuine nature of what you're doing. Because, like, you know, the whole concept of, like, just kind of thinking back, say, a hide-and-seek video, an IRL hide-and-seek video. It's the sort of thing where, like, going in, sure, you can have some scripted bits, like, at the very beginning going through a monologue of what's gonna happen, and then go as they start the timer and everyone runs off in different directions. That's all fun and games and whatnot, but when it kind of comes to the fact when, like, people are hiding in specific spots that feel like they were planned out beforehand, which, granted, you can plan out spots beforehand, but then the person looking for them finds them easily. That's kind of like a... yeah. Or, you know, they have to find me, or I give away so much money. And I'm not talking about Mr. Beast here. This is a different creator. Like, that's when it starts to be like, okay, sure. You give away this amount of money for doing it. But do you actually? Because it feels like someone always wins. The creator never wins to not give away money. Because, I mean, frankly, that doesn't make for a good video. But when it comes down to, like, the genuine nature of it, you always guess that the streamer is not going to win. The streamer is going to give away money. That's just the nature of it. Because otherwise it wouldn't be a video. But that's the issue. That's the whole issue. You know what to expect because it's a whole thing. And that's what makes it feel scripted. Different types of videos or streams out there. Yeah, streams generally tend to be less so scripted than, hello, Hanako. Fire truck? Is it fire truck? I tell that one all the time, so... there's also, what starts with P, ends in ORN, that means you're gonna have a good time. The answer is popcorn, by the way. Popcorn. Yep. Oh man. It's just one of those things that it's like, it's such a dumb joke, but I love those types of jokes. It's like, you know. What grows? What part of your body grows when... Well, that's the whole joke, Coz. The joke is you're meant to think it's porn. You're meant to think the answer is porn. That's what it's supposed to be getting at, but... You know? Then it's like, what? That's the first thing you thought of? Come on. It's the whole point. No, it's like, what part of your body can grow 10 times larger when you look at something you like? I'll let that one sit. Yeah, pupils. It's pupils.
You what?
Yeah, no, it's the sort of thing where, like, but yes, welcome, Hanako. In terms of scripted content, it's more so videos than, streams, because streams are very hard to script. Like, you can have a plan for what you're gonna say and what you're gonna do, but you can't account for the variable that is whatever chat is going to do. Granted, you can script out parts if that's the whole point, is like you're doing a scripted thing. If you're doing a skit live, that's fine. But it's a lot harder to, like, pre-write a full stream. Because you don't know how chat's going to react. You don't know, like, any of that sort of stuff. But when it comes to videos, there are a lot of creators I've stopped watching because it started to feel scripted. It was the sort of thing where, like, there was running jokes that just kept getting thrown in, seemingly out of the blue. Or, like long-running jokes that have to do with someone never winning a challenge, and they keep never winning challenges. Despite the fact, it looks like they're doing really well, oh, they failed at the last minute. Like, that sort of thing, it always feels so scripted, and I hate that sort of feeling, because it's like, I get you're creating something, but are you really enjoying yourself while you're doing it? And I'm not saying that they're not. You can full-on enjoy doing a scripted thing. Trust me, I know, I was in musical theater for 4 years. But there's only so much that you can do. So, I want stuff to be genuine and stuff like that, which, yep, I loved musical theater. I actually miss it. I mentioned this before, but, like, I watched the first series of Love Live, the anime, School Idol Project, which, you know, followed Muse. And if you don't know what the whole Idol Project sort of scenario is in anime, or in just Japanese culture, idols are groups of performers who do, like, live shows, full outfits, choreographed, dancing, singing that they wrote, and just groups of quote-unquote idols. K-pop, specifically BTS, is a Korean male idol group. In Japan, they're typically females. In Korea, they're typically males. Typically. But those are, quote-unquote, idol groups. And it's more about the culture of the group than it is about the actual, like, music themselves. In Love Live School Idol Project, it's about a group of students who school is going to be closed down because of funding. There's an ad, so I'm gonna come back to this in a minute. Well, like a minute and a half at this point. Let me take a drink first. I have been talking nonstop for 3 hours, almost. Oh, man. Yeah, see, this is what happens. I start with a topic, and then can keep rambling. But I need that topic to start out with, and I'm terrible at coming up with topics. Which is why I constantly ask, what do you guys want to talk about? Because then I start reiterating myself and repeating things, and even this is a reiteration of something I've said in a past stream. But, you know. Nice one, Hanako. Nice one. Thank you for the, technically 15 bits, but the 6-9. Let's put on this song. That works. Yes. Okay. Welcome back from the ads. There's still another 10 seconds left in ads in progress, but I'll wait for that to finish up. It's only like 6, 5, 4, 3. Okay. Welcome back from the ads. So no, you're fine. I know that some ads end earlier than others, so I just prefer to wait for the timer I have on my ad manager to run out before I keep going. Hanako, thank you for the 6 and 9 biddies. Appreciate it. Anyway, so it's a group of students. There's 3 of them initially that want to save their school, and so they're trying to. Nice. So the group of 3 students were trying everything in their power to figure out how to save their school from being shut down from not having enough funding. And so they're trying all these different things, kind of figuring out what makes their school special, and they're trying to run these sorts of things to get people to come to their school, and nothing's working. Until eventually they see like the most popular school in the area. They have an idol group, a popular one, school idol group specifically, because idol group and school idol group is 2 separate things, but that's beside the point. And so they say, we want to start an idol group, because that's the big thing right now, and if we make this idol group, it'll blow up our school. Not blow up our school, but it'll like make us popular. Yes, what is your question, Hanako? No, go ahead. I'm good. I'm good to wait. I'm not losing track of this thought wave just yet. So what is your question? I'd rather answer your question now and then keep talking later. Did I what? I am confused. What? Why are you asking me this? Because I've never been in jail, let alone murder anyone. Oh, okay. No, this this is actually related to my lore. So as a quote-unquote guardian of water, underneath my eye, there's a water drop. It's been on my character design for probably a good 3 years now. Well, no, not 3 years. 2.5? Something like that. Yeah, no, it's been on, it's been on my character design. I'll give you the full story of that. I'll give you the full story of how that came to be. So essentially I was playing, SAO Fatal Bullet. And in the character designer, there are different face tattoos that you can have, and as like kind of a water element sort of thing, because my character is always related to water in some way or shape or whatever, there is like a water droplet underneath the eye. Well, it's more like a liquid drop that you can change the color of, but I made it a water drop, and I really liked that, so I started using it on my character. And so that's what the water drop is. That's how it came to be. It was just a design in a character designer in a game that I liked, and so I put it on my character. Now there's a lore reason for it. Underneath the right eye, your left, technically, whatever. I'm gonna delve a bit into the lore that I really didn't want to delve into just yet, because this is something that, like, when I create the ARG, you'll be finding out. But essentially, my character is the Guardian of Water. There are multiple Guardians of a bunch of different elements. Underneath their right eye is a symbol for their element. That's it. That's what that means. Anyway, back to School Idol Group. So they saw this School Idol Group, and they brought it back and said, hey, we want to do this because this is the big popular thing right now. It will get people to take notice in our school. So they go for it. The 3 of them. They do their first concert. They get underclassmen to help out. Like with lighting and sound and stuff like that, because the underclassmen are huge fans of idol groups. And no one shows up. Because it was just the 3 of them. And of course they're devastated. And they talk to 3 upperclassmen. The student council president, student council president's best friend, and someone who is in charge of the Idol fan club, which is literally just a single person who is obsessed with idol groups and wanted a club room to store all of her stuff in it. Also, this is the anime where the Nico Nico Ni comes from. Yeah. This is the anime. So the 9 of them, 3 upperclassmen, the 3 like main who started it, and the 3 underclassmen, all start one large idol group called Muse. All pitching in different things, writing the music and like all that sort of stuff, all throwing it in to try and get somewhere with it. And the big issue is that really only the main 3 are super into it to start off, but they don't know what they're doing. They don't have any sort of structure. So the upperclassmen bring the structure. The underclassmen bring all of like the like youthful energy. And they start a group called Muse. And eventually they find out about a competition called Love Live, the name of the anime. It is a competition for school idol groups where the winning group gets a bunch of money for their school. And so they're constantly prepping and practicing, all that sort of stuff for this big stage. And of course, wouldn't be an anime if they didn't win. Whoop-de-doo. Of course, with a lot of sub-issues underneath, like a bunch of them have falling outs as friends, and like they kind of come together and stuff like that. They all end up enjoying their stage presence, but they perform, all that sort of stuff. I could not watch past the first series. There's 3 series. I could not watch past the first one. The reason for that? It made me miss musical theater too much. I had the longing to be on stage for that. And I couldn't get through watching more of it because it would just have that longing for me again. Yeah, no, it... Like, that's how much I enjoyed musical theater. Is I love being on stage. Theoretically, yes. I could audition for stuff. But that's kind of where it gets kind of weird, because I was always ensemble. I wouldn't necessarily want to be a main character because I'm horrible at memorization. I'd want to be ensemble, but donated a prep to theater. Ooh, nice. But yeah, like I liked the singing and I liked the dancing and I liked the showmanship of it. I enjoy acting, but memorizing it and doing acting live in front of an audience, incredibly stressful for me because I'm horrible at memorization and my brain just shuts off under stress. With stuff like singing and dancing, I can run that on autopilot. Acting, you can't be running on autopilot. Which is why I prefer film for acting, because there's no singing or dancing, but you're able to essentially do multiple takes and stuff like that. You're able to do multiple takes, you're able to screw up and not have too many issues, you're able to have bloopers, essentially, which is why I prefer film for acting. But honestly, if everything went my way, which it doesn't, never does, if everything went my way, I would love to be a part of like a traditional Japanese idol group. Not necessarily being Japanese, but being a part of a group like that, where the showmanship is just the singing and choreographed dancing. So that's kind of one of those things, and so the unfortunate nature of it is I'd go for a Japanese group. Because Hololive does concerts like that, because it is the Hololive Idol Project. That is the full name of Hololive. It is the Hololive Idol Project. It's not just Hololive, it's Hololive Idol Project. It gets shortened to Hololive because, you know, they do more than just the idol stuff, quote unquote. I would love to join that and be a part of something like that and be able to be on stage for stuff like that. The unfortunate thing is, I have not seen a live concert for any of the guy talents. Because in Japan, like I said, it's a dominant female thing. And unfortunately, I'm kind of open about this, but like I am trans. Japan does not, it doesn't balance well. Because then it becomes, okay, do we treat you like a female streamer and put you in with all the other females and risk something happening and there being a huge controversy around that? Or do we put you with the males and be safe? However, for me then, what that would cause is I've never fit in well with guys. never. I had guy friends back in middle school, but at that point, all we bonded over was video games. And eventually, I kind of stopped talking to them because I didn't have enough to talk about with them. We were the weird group. Like, literally, you know, like, how all the quote-unquote weird kids sit at the table together? I was in that group. Kind of the opposite. Musical theater, then all the other things are just mid. Yeah. Yeah, no, I am a very musically driven person. For those of you who don't know, I have 3 albums released. All digitally created music, no lyrics or anything like that, because I don't have a good enough, like, studio setup to be able to, do anything with. Or all of them are created to some degree. That was kind of the thing. When I went to college, my second college, I fell out of the first one. I ended up, we were all doing, like, the film classes and stuff like that together. I think almost every last one of us was queer in some way. I think there were 2 people, maybe 3, who were not some sort of, like, queer. I know there was me who... Okay, you can call me trans, because that's technically what I am under, but at the same time, I'm masculine presenting most of the time, because I don't have the opportunity to go for, like, full femme presenting or anything like that. I don't have that opportunity IRL. There was one member of the group who was full trans. Like, they were on HRT and everything. They were trans mask. I'm pretty sure one of the members of the group was just gay. And then I think, yeah, like I said, I think, one of them was non-binary. And then there were 2 who were cisgender, but I don't know their preferences, so I don't know whether they would be like bi or like straight or anything like that. I don't know. So I did get along with them, and there were a couple of guys in that group. I don't make new friends nowadays without finding. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's one of those things where, like, there's a whole joke about gaydar. But, you know, it does kind of exist. When you are around people who are queer, it draws in other people who are queer, because there's just a vibe there of, like, acceptance and, like, yeah, no, you're free to be whatever. Go ahead, just be happy. Like, that's the best type of friendship, is when the people don't care about anything other than just you being happy as their friend. And I think that's where a lot of queer people tend to, like, draw in a lot of other queer people, is because it's like, you get that feeling of, like, they just want you to be happy with who you are, because they have the same things. They have the same social issues. So, you know, it is what it is. But anyway, back in middle school, I had guy friends and whatnot. I stopped kind of talking to them in high school because I didn't really enjoy conversation with them much. I was very talkative throughout school. I was one of those people who, like, you know, I'm sure you can see it even with me streaming now. Like, you get me on a topic, I can ramble. Just get me going. It doesn't matter who I'm talking to, I can just talk at you. But in terms of actual, like, close friends, I'd say freshman year was the last time I had any, like, close friends. which, you know, it's kind of sad. But at the same time, you know, throughout high school, I had kind of like a peaceful life. Lunches, I sat alone watching YouTube. I mean, I'm fine with it. Just gonna be completely honest, like, I'm not butthurt or anything by it. Like, I frankly enjoyed having lunches to myself. I liked being able to eat and watch YouTube and not be interrupted. I was also, I wouldn't be what you called I wasn't what you would call a teacher's pet, but at the same time, relocating. Alright. Yeah, I wouldn't be what you would call a teacher's pet, but I wasn't I'll be completely honest, the people I talked to the most were teachers throughout high school. My Latin teacher was always like that cool uncle type of person. My band director was like the school mom. My English teacher, my junior and senior year, and the drama director, is another kind of like cool uncle character. It's like the three of them, you could spend all day in their classroom just hanging out and they would be fine with it, and they would just have conversations with you. In fact, my senior year, when I took Film Academy, which was like a course that I took in senior year because it was only offered to seniors, like, we spent half of the day together. The entire, like, Film Academy group. We spent half the day together because we were scripting, we were filming, we were editing, we were directing, we were we were producing films from start to finish for a film fest at the end of the year. But the drama director and my English teacher, absolutely amazing. He's very down to earth, and it actually at one point towards the end of the year and whatnot, and we were all like kind of in that stressful mode of like, we need to start deciding on what college we're gonna be going to. Oh, all right, see ya, coz. Have a good time zone. Hope you have fun with whatever you're doing. But yeah, the director was just a lot of fun. Like at the end of the year when we were all kind of deciding on colleges to go to, there was a day where like some of the students were completely stressed out about it, and he literally just took the class and said, okay, today we're just gonna have a discussion, and started just talking about what like the college decision actually means. Like, he put everything we were doing on hold so he could have a conversation with us to de-stress us on this college decision. Because essentially, he said stuff like, ultimately, unless you're going to a big name school, most important thing is that you feel comfortable where you're at. Doesn't matter if it's a party school, doesn't matter if it's an academic school, doesn't matter if it's commute or if you're living on campus. As long as you feel comfortable where you're at and you're enjoying yourself, that is what is important. That is the important thing with your college decision. That's pretty much the gist of what we talked about. And that stuck with me. And it's always that sort of thing where these three teachers that I mentioned, the band director, the Latin teacher, and the English teacher, they all are very much so student first, lesson second. There was even a time. I'm still confused on how to use semicolons, to be completely honest. I don't like using semicolons because my brain just doesn't comprehend how they work. In my English class, junior year, I had same English teacher as I had senior year. And we're writing essays, and it was not self-corrected, but pure corrected. He overheard me say, I never properly learned how to use a semicolon, so I don't know when to use them. Because, one of my friends who was, I say one of my friends, I still had friends, but I wouldn't call any of them close, let's say. One of my friends in the class, pretty much was mentioning, like, this is where you use a semicolon, this is where you'd use a semicolon. Welcome back. Yeah, no, I'm just talking about, the year prior, my English teacher. Like, at one point, we were doing peer corrected essays, and the person correcting mine was, like, telling me, like, you're not using semicolons where you should be, and I said, I never properly learned how to use a semicolon. My English professor overheard that, and you know what we did for the next few weeks? We did crash course on punctuation. Like, the more complex punctuation, specifically. Spent a full day on semicolons. He had found out that next to none of us properly knew how to use punctuation correctly. Like, some of the more complex, like the hyphens, or the semicolons, or the, just colons. We had never properly learned how to use any of them. So the professor said, screw the lessons, we're crash coursing advanced grammar. Advanced punctuation. Now granted, I still don't know how to use a semicolon. But I've gotten a lot better. I know some instances. I'm moving hyphens over in one word. Yeah. It's the sort of thing, like, that's what I really liked out of those three teachers that I mentioned. It was much more, what do the students need to learn to succeed, and less, what do my lessons need for the, yeah, Sweet Ascar versus Sweet Ascar. Yeah, no, the teachers that are just like, student first, what does the student need to learn, compared to what does the lesson require of the students? Those have always been my favorite teachers and professors. My film professor was like that. My post-production professor. The assignments, literally. We went through, did some of the skills, and just like, okay, here's your assignment. It's technically due this time, but as long as you get it in by the end of the semester, you're good. Which, that's such a big thing, because, like I've already mentioned, and you weren't here for this, Hanako, but a 2-minute video took me 8 hours to edit. You need to be in the mood to edit something that long. My professor understood that and said, if it gets to the point where you trying to edit is making it worse, stop editing for the day. Don't remind you of what? But no, it's just like, that professor was so good. Editing. Oh, yeah, editing is... Whew. Yeah, keep in mind, I have, like, 4-hour streams, 5 days a week, that I need to edit. I am backlogged a couple months. Because my editing software is killing my computer. But no. Essentially, like, 46-minute stream that I edited down into 14 minutes in like 4 hours. Yeah. Yeah. I want to say it was 2 hours of footage to edit down into 2 minutes. It's on my YouTube channel, by the way. It is the Sonic Frontiers TV show opening. If you want to watch that. But yeah, no, it was a lot of work, and my professor was literally like, I understand editing is super draining, and you need to be in the mood to edit well. If the time comes where your editing makes the project worse and not better, stop editing for the day. Go home. Take rest. Literally saying the only importance of attendance was so that you knew the skills that you needed. As long as you're able to understand the skills, and as long as you're able to get the projects done by the end of the semester, go home when you are actively making the projects worse. Like, that was such a good thing for me, because with my kind of ADHD brain, I need to be in the mood to edit, and I can edit for hours. Like, for example, 8 hours straight, I can edit if I'm in the mood to edit. Editing for 4 hours over a week where I'm not in the mood to edit, that's a slog and a half. It'll take me 16 hours to get through that. Only relocated to so I can continue. Ah, I see. Yeah, no, don't get me wrong, I enjoy editing, but it's so draining that I can't do so much of it at once unless I'm really in the mood to do it. But no, like, that was always one of those things. My Latin teacher back in high school as well, there was one of those days where they have the police dogs come in and sniff lockers and bags and stuff like that, just to see if there's any drugs around or anything like that. It was a almost yearly thing. Our class was one of the ones chosen to be taken out of the room so the dog can sniff all the bags. My Latin professor saw that some of the students were, like, stressed about, like, stuff, like, personal stuff being gone through. And he literally sat down and said, gonna head out, take care of some stuff. Alright, sounds good. I'm gonna be ending stream here in a couple minutes anyway, so. Have a good one, Ray. Yeah, no, when it came to, like, some of the students being stressed, my Latin teacher was actually in the Marines. Marines? Army? One of the two. So, like, he can be serious, and he can be harsh if he needs to. But he chooses not to, because he understands a lot of times students, they just kind of want to enjoy their school life, but they're not really given the chance to. So what he does is he makes it fun. Almost weekly games, like vocab games typically, but still games. Winners got prizes. We'd have pizza parties a couple times a year. Like, it's the sort of thing where, like, if the class as a whole beat a game in the class period, we'd get a pizza party the next week. Like, that was the sort of teacher he was. He was very much so, he wanted to make the learning fun and the students enjoy their time there. And it was the sort of thing that, like, it was so good because he knows when to be serious about things. He knows when he needs to actually crack down on behavior. But he let us goof off a lot. Because, you know, that's just the type of person that he was. And when the drug dogs came in and sniffed everything, after class he literally sat everyone down and talked through what was happening while they were in the room. And it's just like, you know, they take the dogs in, they sniff the bags. Their dogs are trained in order to, like, specifically sniff out certain types of drugs, and they'll, like, go through, they'll sniff all the lockers, they'll sniff the bags. They won't go through stuff unless they have a reason to suspect that there's something in there. Stuff like that. And so, like, I absolutely loved him as a teacher. I loved all three of these teachers, all four if you include the college professor. Like, they're very much so more concerned with the students' well-being than they were about their lessons. But anyway, that's all the time I have for today. Let me see. I don't have anyone kind of small enough to rate on my list. So I will just be calling it for today. I'll leave you with the outro music and all that sort of stuff. So you can enjoy the outro music. Alright, so thank you everybody so much for coming by. Hope you all have a wonderful time zone. Make sure you take care of yourself, drink some water, get some rest, all that good stuff. And I'll see you next time. Bye. So I don't have the, I don't have it, the sound bits on this screen, so, I'll try and refund the points? Question mark? I'll figure it out.